Hey, welcome. We'll get into tonight's case in just a moment. It's a real, true crime story, and I'll walk through it slowly so you can just listen and let it unfold. If you're here at the end of the day, I hope this gives you a quiet space for a while. And if you feel like it, you can tell me where you're listening from. I always like seeing who's tuning in. All right, this is episode 145. Let's begin. Nobody reported her missing for 3 days. Not because she didn't matter, but because her life didn't follow a schedule anyone could track. In late 2012, in a quiet residential area outside Tampa, Florida, 31-year-old Melissa Grant lived alone in a rented duplex at the end of a narrow street lined with nearly identical homes. She worked irregular hours at a local diner, sometimes day shifts, sometimes nights, and often disappeared from routine for a day or two without raising concern. Friends were used to it. Neighbors barely knew her. So when her car stayed parked outside longer than usual, no one reacted. When her lights didn't turn on at night, no one questioned it. And when her phone went straight to voicemail, it didn't immediately feel like something was wrong. What changed everything wasn't her absence. It was the smell. On the third day, a neighbor noticed something unusual while walking past her unit. At first it was faint, easy to ignore, but by the next morning it had become strong enough to report. Police were called for a welfare check. The front door was locked. No signs of forced entry. Inside, the house looked normal at a glance. Dishes in the sink, clothes folded on a chair, nothing overturned or obviously disturbed. But as officers moved further in, the source of the odor became clear. Melissa was found in the bedroom. The condition of the scene immediately told investigators this wasn't natural causes. There were signs of a struggle, but not the kind that destroys a room. It was contained, brief, and intense. What stood out more than anything was how controlled everything looked afterward. Nothing stolen, no obvious reason, just silence. The investigation started with the basics. Who had seen her last? Who had contact? Who had reason to be there? But Melissa's life didn't offer clean answers. Her social circle was scattered, her schedule inconsistent, and her interactions mostly informal. There was no single person who stood out immediately. So investigators shifted focus. Not on her, on the house. The landlord confirmed that only 2 keys existed. One was with Melissa. The other was stored in a lockbox for maintenance access. That box hadn't been opened recently, at least not officially. But locks don't always tell the full story. Neighbors were re-interviewed, this time more carefully. One of them mentioned something small that hadn't seemed important before. Late on the night Melissa was last seen, there had been a car parked briefly near her unit. Not unusual by itself, but it wasn't a vehicle anyone recognized from the neighborhood. That detail led nowhere at first, until traffic cameras picked up something similar leaving the area around the same time. It wasn't clear enough to identify the driver, but it was enough to track the vehicle type and partial plate. From there, it became a matter of narrowing possibilities. Days later, that vehicle was linked to a man named Jason Carver. Carver didn't live in the neighborhood. He had no official connection to Melissa, but phone records told a different story. The two had been in contact. Not frequently, not recently, but enough to establish that they knew each other. When brought in for questioning, Carver didn't deny knowing her. He described it as casual, something that hadn't continued. He claimed he hadn't seen her in weeks, but the timeline didn't agree. Cell tower data placed his phone near her house the night she was last seen. Not passing through, staying for nearly an hour. That changed the direction of the case completely. A search warrant was executed on his vehicle. Inside, investigators found signs of recent cleaning. Nothing visible to the eye, but detectable through testing. Traces of biological material that hadn't been fully removed. It matched Melissa. At that point, the case moved quickly. When confronted again, Carver's story shifted. He admitted to going to her house that night, but described the visit as voluntary, saying he had left without incident. Investigators already knew that wasn't true, because the evidence wasn't pointing to what he said. It was pointing to what he tried to erase. Under pressure, the version of events changed again. This time, he acknowledged an argument. Something personal, something unresolved from their past interaction. He described it as escalating unexpectedly. But again, what mattered wasn't just the moment. It was everything after, because after leaving the house, he didn't call anyone, didn't report anything. Instead, he tried to remove evidence, clean what he could, disappear from the timeline. That's what turned suspicion into certainty. The trial focused on reconstruction, not speculation, but sequence. Phone data, vehicle movement, forensic traces, and the condition of the scene all aligned in a way that left very little room for alternative explanations. Carver was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. For the neighborhood, the case changed something subtle but permanent. It wasn't the violence itself that stayed with people. It was how easily it had gone unnoticed at first. 3 days. 3 full days where nothing felt urgent. Because when a life doesn't follow a predictable pattern, its absence doesn't immediately stand out. And sometimes, that delay is the only thing a crime needs to stay hidden just a little longer. Next story. This one doesn't begin with a disappearance, or a report, or even a crime scene. It begins with a photograph that shouldn't have existed. In March 2014, a local police station in Columbus, Ohio, received a call from a woman who had just picked up a developed roll of film from a small photography shop. She wasn't reporting anything urgent. At first, she sounded confused more than anything else. She explained that among her family photos, there were several images that didn't belong to her. The technician had assumed it was a processing mix-up, but the woman insisted the pictures weren't just misplaced. They were disturbing. The images showed the interior of a house. Not staged, not artistic, just ordinary rooms, dimly lit, taken at odd angles. In one of them, partially visible in the background, was a figure lying on the floor. The person wasn't moving. The photo was blurred, but there was something about it that felt wrong enough for her to call the police instead of dismissing it. At first, officers treated it as a lab error. Film rolls occasionally got mixed, especially in smaller shops still using older equipment. But when they visited the store, the technician confirmed that the roll had been processed as a single unit. No splicing, no overlap. The images all came from the same camera, which meant whoever took those photos had also taken the family pictures. That shifted the entire situation. The woman was asked to bring in the negatives. Investigators reviewed each frame carefully. Most were normal birthday shots, indoor gatherings, nothing unusual. But scattered between them were those other images. Different lighting, different setting, and no recognizable connection to the woman or her family. The camera itself became the next focus. She explained that it wasn't new. It had been purchased from a secondhand shop a few weeks earlier, already loaded with film. She hadn't thought much of it at the time. She just used what was inside. That detail changed everything, because it meant those images had been taken before the camera came into her possession. Investigators traced the origin of the camera back to the shop where it was sold. The owner kept basic records, enough to identify the person who had brought it in. A man named Paul Renner had sold several items there over the past month, including the camera. Renner wasn't immediately suspicious on paper. No serious criminal history, no active warrants. But when detectives went to speak with him, something about his reaction stood out. He didn't deny selling the camera, but he downplayed it, saying it was old and used, something he had found while cleaning out storage. When asked about the photos, he claimed he had never seen them. But that answer didn't hold up for long, because the images themselves contained details that could be traced. Investigators began analyzing the background of the photographs, looking for anything identifiable. A piece of furniture, a wall pattern, a fixture, something that could connect the images to a real location. It took time, but eventually a match was found. One of the photos showed a unique vent design that corresponded to a specific model used in older apartment buildings in the area. That narrowed the search. Property records and building layouts were reviewed until a potential match surfaced, an apartment complex where Renner had lived briefly the previous year. A search warrant was obtained. Inside the unit, the space had been cleaned out, but not completely erased. Forensic teams identified traces that aligned with what was visible in the photographs. The layout matched, the angles matched, and more importantly, small amounts of biological evidence were recovered from areas consistent with where the figure had been seen in the images. At that point, the investigation turned from possibility to confirmation. Renner was brought in again, this time with the photographs and a location tied directly to him. His explanations became less certain, shifting from denial to partial acknowledgement. He admitted the apartment had been his, admitted the camera had been his, but continued to avoid explaining the images, until the evidence left no space left to avoid it. Further investigation revealed a missing person report from around the same time period. A man who had last been seen in the vicinity of that apartment complex. The timeline aligned. The physical description aligned with the figure in the photographs. What had been a set of unexplained images became documentation. Not intentional evidence, but evidence nonetheless. Under pressure, Renner eventually admitted that the photos had been taken during that time, though he tried to frame them as something less deliberate, something he hadn't intended to keep. But keeping them wasn't the point. Taking them was. The case moved to trial with a focus on reconstruction. The photographs were central, not because they showed everything clearly, but because they showed enough. Combined with forensic findings and timeline analysis, they formed a narrative that couldn't be dismissed as coincidence. Renner was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment. For investigators, the case stayed with them for a reason that had nothing to do with the complexity of the evidence. It was the randomness of how it surfaced. Because if that camera had been sold empty, or if the film had been discarded, or if those images had never been developed, the entire sequence might have remained buried. Instead, it was exposed by accident. Not through a search, not through a tip, but through a set of photographs that were never meant to be seen by anyone else. Next story. On a cold evening in January 2015, in the quiet town of Erie, Pennsylvania, a small insurance office closed its doors like it had done thousands of times before. Employees packed their bags, shut down computers, and stepped out into the dim orange glow of the streetlights. Among them was 37-year-old office manager Laura Bennett, a woman known for her consistency, someone who followed the same routine every day without exception. She locked up, walked to her car parked just across the street, and drove away. Nothing about that moment stood out to anyone watching. It was ordinary, predictable, and completely unremarkable. What made that night different was what didn't happen afterward. Laura never made it home. At first, it didn't raise immediate concern. She lived alone, and it wasn't unusual for her to stop somewhere on the way back, whether it was a grocery store or a late errand. But when she didn't show up to work the next morning, something felt off. Laura was not the type to miss a day without notice. Calls to her phone went unanswered, messages remained unread, and by midday, her absence was no longer something that could be explained by routine. Police were contacted, and the first step was simple verification. Her apartment was checked. Everything inside was intact. Her belongings were undisturbed. There were no signs that she had returned home at all. That shifted attention immediately back to the last confirmed point in her timeline, the office parking area where she had been seen leaving. Surveillance cameras from nearby buildings were reviewed. One camera captured her car pulling away at approximately 6:42 p.m., heading toward the main road that connected to the highway. A second camera, positioned at a traffic light a few blocks away, showed her vehicle stopping briefly before continuing forward. After that, there were no more sightings. Days passed without progress until a development changed the direction of the investigation. Her car was discovered parked in a shopping plaza nearly 10 miles away from her office. The location itself was not unusual, but the condition of the vehicle was. It was locked, her purse was inside, and her keys were missing. There were no visible signs of damage, but something about the scene felt staged rather than natural. Forensic examination of the car revealed the first critical detail. Along the interior of the driver's side door, investigators identified faint traces of blood. It was minimal, almost invisible, but enough to confirm that something had happened inside that vehicle. Laboratory results later confirmed that the blood belonged to Laura. From that point, the investigation focused on reconstructing her route and identifying anyone who may have crossed her path. Traffic cameras were expanded outward, covering multiple intersections between her office and the shopping plaza. Eventually, a pattern began to emerge. A dark-colored sedan appeared in proximity to Laura's car at two separate points along the route. It was not directly following her in a way that would be obvious, but it appeared often enough to raise suspicion. The vehicle was traced through partial plate recognition and registration records, leading investigators to a man named Richard Cole. Cole lived within driving distance of both locations and had no direct connection to Laura, at least not one that was immediately apparent. When questioned, he stated that he had been driving in the area that evening but denied any interaction with her. His explanation was vague, lacking specific details about his movements. A search warrant for his vehicle revealed more than inconsistencies. Inside, forensic teams ed biological traces that had been partially cleaned. The results confirmed that the material matched Laura. Additional evidence, including fibers and small debris, linked his vehicle to the same environment where her car had been found. During a second interview, investigators presented the timeline in full, showing how his vehicle appeared near hers at multiple points, how his movements aligned with the gaps in her route, and how physical evidence connected him directly to her. As the pressure increased, his account began to shift. He admitted to encountering Laura on the road, claiming it began as a minor traffic interaction that escalated unexpectedly. Investigators determined that the situation moved from the road into a controlled environment, where he forced her into a position where she could not leave. What followed was not a spontaneous decision, but a sequence of actions that involved relocating her vehicle, attempting to remove evidence, and creating distance between the initial encounter and the final outcome. It took extended questioning before he revealed the location where he had taken her. Investigators were led to a remote wooded area outside the town, where evidence confirmed what they had already suspected. At trial, the prosecution focused on the continuity of events, showing how each movement, each recorded sighting, and each piece of forensic evidence fit into a single, consistent timeline. The defense attempted to challenge the interpretation of those details, but the alignment between digital records and physical findings left little room for alternative explanations. Richard Cole was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For the community, the case left a lasting impact, not because of how visible the crime was, but because of how ordinary the beginning had been. A routine drive home, a familiar road, a moment that seemed insignificant at the time. It was only when the timeline was reconstructed in full that the pattern became clear, showing that the most critical point was not where everything ended, but where something small first went unnoticed and continued without interruption. Next story. The first person to notice something was wrong wasn't a manager or security. It was a cleaner. At 4:55 in the morning, while moving through the upper floors of a corporate office building in Seattle, she found a conference room door slightly open. Lights were still on inside, which wasn't unusual by itself, but the room looked like it had been used recently and then left in a hurry. A chair was angled awkwardly away from the table. A laptop sat open but inactive, and a glass of water had been knocked over, dried into a thin stain across the polished surface. She didn't report it immediately. That building saw late-night meetings all the time. What made it matter came later, when the same room was still untouched hours after the workday began, and the person who had booked it never showed up anywhere else. That person was 34-year-old financial analyst Kevin Roche. Kevin wasn't the type to disappear from his own schedule. He was known for over-preparing, double-checking reports, and showing up early to meetings most people tried to avoid. The conference room had been booked under his name from 11:30 p.m. the previous night, an unusual time, but not unheard of during quarterly reporting cycles. By late morning, co-workers started asking where he was. By early afternoon, it became a problem. Security pulled access logs first. Kevin had badged into the building at 10:48 p.m. the night before. That part checked out, but there was no record of him leaving. No exit, no re-entry, nothing. Cameras in the lobby showed him arriving alone, carrying a laptop bag and a folder. He took the elevator up to the 14th floor, where the conference rooms were located. After that, coverage became limited. The hallway cameras near that section had been partially offline for maintenance, something that hadn't seemed important until now. Inside the room, investigators started noticing details that didn't match a simple abandoned meeting. The laptop belonged to Kevin, but it hadn't been used for long. The last activity timestamp showed only a few minutes of access before it went idle. His phone wasn't there. His bag was still under the table. And then there was something else, not obvious at first. Along the edge of the table, near where the glass had fallen, there was a faint mark. Not a spill, not dust, something that required closer examination. It was blood, small, partially wiped, but enough to confirm that something had happened in that room. At that point, the situation changed completely. The building went from a workplace to a contained scene. Investigators shifted focus to who else had been there that night. Access logs showed only a handful of people in the building after midnight. Most were from cleaning staff or IT maintenance. But one entry stood out. A consultant named Mark Ellison. Ellison wasn't a full-time employee, but he had been working with the finance department on contract for several months. His badge showed entry at 11:12 p.m., shortly before Kevin's scheduled meeting. And unlike Kevin, his exit was recorded at 1:03 a.m. When questioned, Ellison said he had been working independently in another office and had left after finishing his tasks. He claimed he hadn't seen Kevin at all that night. But the timeline didn't sit right, because someone had been in that conference room with Kevin, and whoever it was had left without him. Investigators pulled elevator logs next. The system tracked movement between floors, even without camera footage. Records showed that around 12:26 a.m., the elevator stopped on the 14th floor and then went directly to the underground parking level. No intermediate stops. That by itself wasn't unusual. What mattered was the badge used to call it. Mark Ellison's. A search of the parking garage cameras showed his car leaving shortly after, but there was something different about it. The trunk appeared slightly open for a moment before closing fully as he exited the structure, something small, but enough to stand out when reviewed frame by frame. A warrant followed. Inside his vehicle, investigators found evidence of recent cleaning. Not obvious to the eye, but detectable. Chemical traces, damp fibers, and beneath that, what hadn't been fully removed. Blood. It matched Kevin. At that point, the structure of the case shifted from uncertainty to sequence. When Ellison was brought in again, the tone changed. This time, investigators didn't ask where he had been. They showed him where he had been, step by step. Entry time, elevator use, garage exit, forensic match. There wasn't space left for denial, only for explanation. He eventually admitted meeting Kevin that night, but described it as a discussion that turned into an argument over financial discrepancies tied to the consulting work. What he didn't plan for was how quickly that moment escalated. What followed wasn't a single mistake. It was a chain of decisions. Moving him, using the elevator, avoiding main exits, trying to remove what could be seen. He led investigators to a remote area outside the city where Kevin was later found. The trial focused less on the argument itself and more on everything that came after, because that's where intent becomes clear, not in what starts something, but in what someone chooses to do once it's already happened. Ellison was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Inside the company, the conference room was eventually put back into use. Same table, same layout, same glass walls overlooking the city. People booked it, held meetings, and moved on without thinking much about what had happened there. But the detail that stayed with investigators wasn't the argument or even the evidence. It was how ordinary everything looked the next morning, because nothing about that room demanded attention, until someone finally stopped and looked at it twice. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing overnight train conductor during a scheduled freight transfer, a disappearance that unfolded across moving rail lines and switching yards where activity continues through the night and individual movements are rarely questioned unless something interrupts the flow. In the early part of 2023, a major rail yard outside Omaha, Nebraska operated as a central hub for freight transfers, where trains arrived, were reassembled, and departed along different routes across the country. The process relied on coordination between engineers, conductors, and ground crews, all working within a structured system of signals, schedules, and logged operations. Among those assigned to overnight duty was 44-year-old conductor Michael Turner, an experienced rail worker responsible for overseeing cargo transitions, verifying car alignments, and ensuring that switching procedures were executed correctly. On the night of February 9th, Michael began his shift shortly before midnight, checking in with the control office and reviewing the sequence of incoming and outgoing freight movement scheduled for the early morning hours. His responsibilities required him to move between locomotives and ground positions, communicating with engineers and yard controllers while documenting each completed step through a digital logging system. Over the next several hours, his activity followed a predictable pattern, with entries confirming completed switches, verified couplings, and coordinated departures. At approximately 3:11 a.m., Michael logged a routine verification near a secondary track line positioned toward the outer edge of the yard, an area used for staging rail cars before integration into outgoing trains. That section of the yard was less active than the central switching zone and offered fewer direct lines of sight from control positions. That entry would become his last. When subsequent steps in the switching process were not confirmed, controllers initially assumed a delay or temporary miscommunication, something that occasionally occurred in complex yard operations. However, as time passed without response and repeated radio calls went unanswered, concern began to grow. Supervisors initiated a ground check of the area where Michael had last reported his position. His handheld radio was found near the track where his final verification had been logged. It was still powered on, but there had been no transmissions after his last recorded communication. Nearby, his inspection light and gloves were also located, suggesting that he had not intended to leave the area. At first glance, there were no obvious signs of disturbance, but a closer examination revealed faint traces of blood along the gravel beside the rail line. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to Michael Turner. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on personnel and equipment operating in that section of the yard during the relevant time frame. Rail yards are environments of constant movement, with multiple crews working simultaneously, making it necessary to reconstruct events through logs, equipment records, and limited surveillance coverage. Records showed that a yard vehicle assigned to a worker named Thomas Grady had been operating in the same outer track area during the window in which Michael's communication stopped. Grady was part of the ground crew responsible for assisting with car positioning and track alignment. When questioned, he stated that he had been performing routine duties and had not encountered Michael directly during that time. However, discrepancies emerged when investigators compared vehicle movement logs with his reported activity. The vehicle assigned to Grady had remained in the outer track area longer than required for the tasks he described, and its recorded path overlapped directly with the location where Michael's equipment had been found. Additionally, surveillance from a distant yard camera captured partial footage of the vehicle positioned near that section of track during the critical time frame. A search warrant executed on Grady's assigned vehicle revealed further evidence. Forensic teams trace biological material that had been partially cleaned from the interior, along with particulate matter consistent with the specific section of track where Michael had last been seen. Laboratory analysis confirmed that the biological traces matched Michael. During a second interview, investigators presented the sequence of evidence, aligning communication logs, vehicle tracking data, and forensic findings into a cohesive timeline. As the structure of events became more defined, Grady's account began to shift. He admitted to encountering Michael near the outer track, stating that a disagreement had occurred regarding switching procedures and equipment handling. Investigators determined that the confrontation escalated within the isolated section of the yard, where noise from ongoing rail activity and limited visibility reduced the likelihood of immediate detection. What followed involved the use of yard equipment and access routes that allowed movement away from the central operations area without drawing attention. It required extended questioning before Grady disclosed where he had taken him, leading investigators to a location beyond the rail yard, where evidence confirmed the outcome of the case. At trial, The prosecution focused on how operational records, movement logs, and physical evidence combined to reconstruct events within an environment defined by constant motion. Thomas Grady was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For those who worked in rail operations, the case underscored how systems designed to manage large-scale movement can still depend on individual accountability, and how the absence of a single voice on a radio, in a place where communication is constant, can signal a disruption far more serious than a routine delay. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected doctor who lived a secret double life, about a physician who took the lives of over 200 patients, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in history operated undetected for decades while hiding behind his white coat and good reputation. Harold Shipman was a family doctor in Hyde, England, a small town near Manchester. For years, he was known as a caring and dedicated physician who made house calls and spent time with his elderly patients. People in the community trusted him completely. But between 1975 and 1998, Dr. Shipman systematically ended the lives of at least 215 patients, though the actual number may be much higher, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. Shipman was born in 1946 and grew up in a working-class family in Nottingham. His mother was diagnosed with lung cancer when he was a teenager, and he watched as doctors administered morphine to ease her pain in her final days. Some psychologists later suggested this experience may have influenced his later crimes, as he seemed fascinated by the power doctors held over life and death. After medical school, Shipman began his career as a general practitioner. In 1975, he joined a medical practice in Todmorden, but was forced to resign in 1975 after he was caught forging prescriptions for pethidine, a powerful painkiller, for his own use. He was fined and briefly attended a drug rehabilitation program. Most doctors caught in such circumstances would lose their medical license permanently, but Shipman was allowed to continue practicing medicine after a short suspension. In 1977, Shipman joined a new practice in Hyde and eventually opened his own solo practice in 1993. It was during these years that his killing spree accelerated. His method was simple and difficult to detect. He would visit elderly patients at their homes, often patients who lived alone. He would inject them with lethal doses of diamorphine, a form of heroin used for pain management. The drug would cause respiratory failure, and the patients would die within minutes. After administering the fatal injection, Shipman would wait with the body for a short time, then call family members or emergency services to report that the patient had died. Because he was their trusted doctor, and because the victims were elderly and often had existing health conditions, their deaths didn't raise immediate suspicion. Shipman would certify the deaths himself, listing natural causes such as heart failure or old age. Many of Shipman's victims were widows who lived alone. They trusted their doctor completely and welcomed him into their homes. Some had been his patient for years. They had no reason to fear the man who was supposed to be caring for their health. Shipman would chat with them pleasantly, then inject them with poison when they weren't expecting it. What made Shipman particularly dangerous was his position of authority and trust. As a doctor, he had access to controlled drugs and the ability to certify deaths without arousing suspicion. He was well respected in the community and had built strong relationships with his patients. No one questioned his judgment when elderly patients died, even when the death rate among his patients was significantly higher than other doctors in the area. The case began to unravel in 1998 when a local funeral director named Alan Massey noticed an unusual pattern. He observed that an abnormally high number of Shipman's patients were dying, and many of them were found fully clothed and sitting in chairs, which was unusual for natural deaths. He also noticed that Shipman was almost always the last person to see these patients alive and was often present when the bodies were discovered. Around the same time, concerns were raised about the will of one of Shipman's victims, Kathleen Grundy. Kathleen was a wealthy, 81-year-old former mayoress who had been found dead in her home in June 1998. Shipman had been the last person to see her alive, claiming he had visited to take a blood sample. Shortly after her death, a poorly typed will surfaced, leaving her entire estate, worth nearly £400,000 to Dr. Shipman. Kathleen's daughter, Angela Woodruff, was a lawyer, and she immediately suspected the will was fake. The typing was amateurish, there were spelling errors, and the witnesses who supposedly signed it were two of Shipman's patients. Angela went to police with her suspicions that Shipman had forged the will and possibly harmed her mother. Police began investigating and exhumed Kathleen Grundy's body. Toxicology tests revealed a lethal level of morphine in her system. There was no medical reason for her to have been given such a large dose. Police then began looking at other deaths among Shipman's patients and discovered a disturbing pattern. As the investigation expanded, bodies of other victims were exhumed and tested. Again and again, toxicology reports showed lethal levels of geomorphine. Medical records have been altered by Shipman to make it appear patients had been more ill than they actually were, creating false justifications for their deaths. The evidence was overwhelming. Harold Shipman was arrested in September 1998 and charged with multiple counts of ending life and forgery. His trial began in October 1999 and lasted 57 days. Prosecutors presented evidence regarding 15 victims, though they believed there were many more. The trial focused on cases where the evidence was strongest, including toxicology reports, medical records showing Shipman's alterations, and testimony about his behavior. Throughout the trial, Shipman maintained his innocence. He showed no remorse and insisted that all his patients had died of natural causes. He claimed the morphine found in their bodies must have been self-administered, though this explanation made no sense given the quantities found and the circumstances of the deaths. In January 2000, Harold Shipman was found guilty of taking the lives of 15 patients and forging Kathleen Grundy's will. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life sentences. The judge recommended he never be released, calling him a disgrace to the medical profession who had violated the trust patients placed in him. After his conviction, a public inquiry was launched to determine the full extent of Shipman's crimes. The Shipman inquiry examined hundreds of deaths and concluded that he had taken the lives of at least 215 patients, possibly as many as 250. The inquiry found that Shipman had been killing patients throughout his entire career, starting as early as 1975. The inquiry revealed shocking failures and oversight. Despite the high death rate among his patients and some complaints about his behavior, no regulatory body had properly investigated. The ease with which Shipman could obtain controlled drugs and alter medical records without detection pointed to serious systemic problems in healthcare oversight. On January 13, 2004, Harold Shipman was found hanged in his prison cell. He had taken his own life the day before his 60th birthday. He never explained why he had taken the lives of so many patients or showed any remorse for his actions. His death meant that many questions would never be answered. The victims of Harold Shipman were elderly people who trusted their doctor. They welcomed him into their homes, believing he was there to help them. Instead, he ended their lives for reasons that remain unclear. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect military family, about a pregnant woman and her two daughters who were brutally taken from their home, and about how a respected Army officer's secret life led to one of the most shocking crimes to ever occur on an American military base. In December 2008, 34-year-old Erin Corwin lived with her husband John at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California. Wait, let me tell you a different story. In February 1970, Colette McDonald and her two young daughters, 5-year-old Kimberly and 2-year-old Kristen, were found deceased in their home at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Colette was pregnant with her third child. The scene was one of unimaginable violence. All three had been attacked with multiple weapons. The house showed signs of a struggle, with furniture overturned and blood throughout several rooms. The person who reported the crime was Colette's husband, Dr. Jeffrey McDonald, a Green Beret physician and captain in the Army. When military police arrived, they found Jeffrey wounded but alive. He had been stabbed in the chest, though his injuries were not life-threatening. He told investigators an incredible story about what had happened that night. Jeffrey claimed that he had fallen asleep on the living room couch while watching television. He said he was awakened by screaming and saw four intruders in his home. He described them as three men and one woman. The woman had long blonde hair and was wearing a floppy hat. She was carrying a candle and chanting something that sounded like acid is groovy and kill the pigs. According to Jeffrey, the intruders attacked him, and he struggled with them before being knocked unconscious. When he came to, he found his wife and daughters had been attacked. He said he tried to give his wife mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and called for help. His story had eerie similarities to the recent Manson family killings in California, which have been all over the news. Military investigators immediately began examining the crime scene and Jeffrey's account. They found troubling inconsistencies almost from start. The physical evidence didn't match Jeffrey's story about struggling with multiple intruders. His pajama top had been torn and was found covering Colette's body, but the way it had been damaged didn't align with his description of the attack. Investigators noticed that while the house looked chaotic, certain things seemed staged. A coffee table was on its side, but magazines that had been on the table were still neatly stacked. The word pig had been written in blood on the headboard of the master bedroom, similar to the Manson murders, but it seemed theatrical rather than genuine. Jeffrey's injuries were also suspicious. While he had been stabbed, the wound was relatively superficial and had missed all vital organs. His wife and children had suffered dozens of brutal wounds from multiple weapons, including a knife and an ice pick. Yet Jeffrey's single stab wound appeared almost surgical in its precision and lack of severity. Most damning was the physical evidence involving Jeffrey's pajama top. Forensic analysis showed that the fabric had been damaged in a way that suggested Colette had been wearing it or it had been draped over her when she was stabbed. The holes in the fabric lined up with her wounds. This directly contradicted Jeffrey's claim that he had been wearing the top during his struggle with intruders. Investigators also found fibers from Jeffrey's pajama top under Kimberly's fingernails and throughout the crime scene in ways that didn't match his version of events. The evidence suggested Jeffrey had been present when his family was attacked, not lying unconscious in another room. In May 1970, the military charged Jeffrey McDonald with the deaths of his wife and daughters. However, the charges were dropped in October 1970 due to insufficient evidence, and Jeffrey was honorably discharged from the Army. He moved to California and resumed his medical career, becoming a successful emergency room physician. But the case wasn't closed. Colette's stepfather, Freddie Kassab, had initially supported Jeffrey, but became convinced over time that his son-in-law was guilty. Kassab conducted his own investigation and pressured authorities to reopen the case. He collected evidence and wouldn't let the case be forgotten. In 1974, a federal grand jury was convened to examine the case. After hearing testimony and reviewing evidence, they indicted Jeffrey McDonald on 3 counts of ending life. His trial finally began in July 1979, nearly a decade after the crimes occurred. The trial lasted 7 weeks and became a media sensation. The prosecution presented detailed forensic evidence showing that Jeffrey's story was impossible. They demonstrated how the pajama top evidence proved he had been present during the attacks on his family. They showed that his wounds were inconsistent with the violent struggle he described. The prosecution also presented a possible motive. Evidence suggested that Jeffrey's marriage was not as perfect as he claimed. There were hints that he had been having affairs and that the responsibilities of family life were weighing on him. They theorized that an argument had escalated into violence, possibly starting with one of the children, and had spiraled out of control. Jeffrey maintained his innocence throughout the trial. He insisted that intruders had committed the crimes and that he was being railroaded by a justice system that needed to blame someone. His defense team argued that the investigation had been flawed from the beginning and that evidence had been mishandled. In August 1979, Jeffrey McDonald was found guilty on 1 count of first-degree ending of life for Colette and 2 counts of second-degree ending of life for Kimberly and Kristen. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms. He has been in federal prison ever since. For over 4 decades, Jeffrey McDonald has maintained his innocence and filed numerous appeals. He has claimed that new evidence supports his story of intruders, pointing to various leads that were supposedly not properly investigated. He has written books and given interviews declaring his innocence. But every appeal has been denied, and courts have consistently found that the evidence of his guilt remains overwhelming. The case inspired a best-selling book called Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis, which was later made into a television miniseries. The book presented a damning portrait of Jeffrey MacDonald as a narcissist who killed his family and then constructed an elaborate lie to cover it up. Colette MacDonald was pregnant and had her whole life ahead of her. Kimberly was a bright kindergartner. Kristen was a playful toddler. All three were attacked in their own home, the place where they should have been safest. The evidence suggests they were killed by the person who should have protected them above all others. Jeffrey MacDonald, now in his 80s, remains in federal prison. He continues to claim innocence, but the physical evidence that convicted him has never been successfully challenged. The case stands as one of the most notorious family annihilation cases in American history, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers in the night, but from within the family itself. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school athlete who seemed destined for greatness, about a young woman who was found strangled in her apartment, and about how a case that went cold for over 20 years was finally solved when the killer made one careless mistake. In June 1993, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was found dead in her apartment in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She had been brutally attacked and strangled in her own bedroom. The crime scene showed signs of a violent struggle, and evidence suggested she had fought hard against her attacker. The small community of Idaho Falls was shocked that such a terrible crime could happen in their quiet town. Police immediately launched an investigation, collecting evidence from the scene, including DNA samples. In 1993, DNA technology was still relatively new, but investigators preserved the biological evidence, hoping it would eventually help them identify the killer. They interviewed Angie's friends, family, and anyone who might have seen something suspicious around her apartment building. The investigation eventually focused on a young man named Christopher Tapp, who was 18 years old at the time of the crime. Christopher had some connections to people who knew Angie, though he didn't know her well himself. Police brought him in for questioning, and after hours of intense interrogation, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's death. But there were immediate problems with Christopher's confession. The details he provided didn't match the evidence from the crime scene. He changed his story multiple times during the interrogation. Most critically, his DNA didn't match the DNA found at the scene. Despite these red flags, prosecutors moved forward with charging Christopher as an accomplice, claiming he had been present during the attack, even if he wasn't the primary perpetrator. In 1998, Christopher Tapp was convicted of being involved in Angie's death and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He maintained his innocence, saying he had only confessed because police had pressured him and suggested details he should include in his story. But he remained behind bars while the real killer's identity remained unknown. For over 2 decades, Angie Dodge's mother Carol worked tirelessly to find the truth about who had really taken her daughter's life. She reviewed the evidence, studied the case files, and became convinced that Christopher Tapp was innocent. She even formed a friendship with Christopher, visiting him in prison and advocating for his release. Carol Dodd wanted justice for her daughter, but she wanted the right person held accountable, not an innocent man. The DNA evidence from the crime scene had never matched Christopher Tapp, and it didn't match anyone in the criminal DNA databases. For years, the case remained partially unsolved. Police had convicted someone they believed was involved, but they knew the DNA belonged to someone else who had never been identified. Then in 2014, Carol Dodge pushed for the case to be reopened and for new DNA testing to be conducted using updated technology. The Idaho Innocence Project also got involved, working to prove Christopher Tapp's innocence. As investigators looked at the case with fresh eyes, it became increasingly clear that Christopher's confession had been coerced and that he had no actual involvement in the crime. In 2019, after serving more than 20 years in prison, Christopher Tapp was released. Prosecutors acknowledged that he should not have been convicted and that the confession had been unreliable. But the question remained: who had actually ended Angie Dodge's life? Investigators decided to use the same genetic genealogy technique that had successfully identified the Golden State Killer. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scene to public genealogy databases and began building family trees to identify potential suspects. The process was painstaking, requiring investigators to trace family lines and eliminate relatives one by one. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named Brian Lee Drips, who had been living in Idaho Falls at the time of Angie's death. In fact, Drips had lived in the same apartment complex as Angie, right across the hall from her. He had been there all along, hiding in plain sight for over 25 years. In May 2019, police arrested 53-year-old Brian Drips and charged him with the assault and ending of Angie Dodge's life. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Drips confessed to the crime. He admitted that he had entered Angie's apartment and attacked her, acting alone. Christopher Tapp had never been involved at all. Drips claimed he had been drunk and high on drugs the night of the attack, and said he had gone to Angie's apartment thinking she was someone else he knew. His explanation did little to justify the brutal violence he had inflicted on an innocent young woman. He had taken Angie's life, then lived freely for 26 years while an innocent man sat in prison for his crime. In 2021, Brian Drips pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole after serving 20 years, though there's no guarantee he will ever be released. For Angie's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo the decades of pain and the knowledge that the wrong person had been punished for so long. Carol Dodge, who had fought so hard for the truth, didn't live to see Drips convicted. She passed away in 2019, just months after his arrest. But she knew before she died that her daughter's real killer had finally been identified and that Christopher Tapp had been exonerated. Her determination to find the truth, even when it meant admitting that the original conviction was wrong, was extraordinary. Christopher Tapp has worked to rebuild his life after spending more than 20 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He has become an advocate for criminal justice reform and for improving interrogation practices to prevent false confessions. His case has become a textbook example of how coercive interrogation techniques can lead innocent people to confess to crimes they didn't commit. Angie Dodge was just 18 years old when her life was stolen from her by a neighbor who saw her as a victim rather than a person. She had graduated from high school just weeks before her death and had her whole future ahead of her. Her case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of tunnel vision in investigations and the importance of DNA evidence in ensuring justice is served. The case also demonstrated the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases and the importance of families who refuse to give up searching for truth. Carol Dodge's determination ensured that both her daughter's real killer was caught and an innocent man was freed. While justice came far too late for Angie and took far too long for Christopher Tapp, the truth finally emerged, proving that persistence and advancing technology can eventually overcome even decades of injustice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahow either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of two deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a pregnant woman who was preparing to celebrate Christmas with her family, about a husband who made a desperate 911 call, and about how investigators discovered that a loving marriage was actually hiding years of abuse that ended in a tragedy on Christmas morning. In December 2009, the Kleindienst family was looking forward to celebrating Christmas together in their home in Harford County, Maryland. 29-year-old Crystal Kleindienst was 5 months pregnant with her second child, and she and her husband Chris were raising their young daughter together. From the outside, this seemed like a typical young family preparing for the holidays. But on Christmas morning, December 25, 2009, Chris Kleindienst called 911 in a panic. He told the operator that he had woken up to find his wife, Crystal, unresponsive in their bed. He said she wasn't breathing and that he didn't know what was wrong. Paramedics rushed to the home, but when they arrived, they found Crystal was already deceased. She had been dead for some time. The circumstances of Crystal's death immediately raised red flags for investigators. She was a young, healthy woman who was pregnant, and there was no obvious medical reason why she would have died suddenly in her sleep. The 911 call and Chris's behavior also seemed off to the responding officers. Something about the scene didn't feel right. An autopsy was performed on Crystal's body, and the results were shocking. The medical examiner determined that Crystal had been strangled to death. She had not died of natural causes or a medical emergency. Someone had deliberately taken her life while she slept in her own bed. The unborn baby she was carrying had also died. Police immediately focused their investigation on Chris Kleindienst. He was the only other adult in the home when Crystal died, and he had been sleeping right next to her. There were no signs of forced entry or any evidence that an intruder had been in the house. The bedroom door had been closed with the couple's young daughter sleeping in another room. As detectives dug into the Kleindienst marriage, they discovered it was far from the happy relationship Chris had portrayed. Friends and family members came forward with disturbing information about Chris's treatment of Crystal. They described a pattern of controlling and abusive behavior that had been going on for years. Crystal had confided in friends that Chris was emotionally and verbally abusive. He controlled their finances and monitored her activities. He had been pressuring Crystal to have an abortion because he didn't want another child, but Crystal had refused. She wanted to keep the baby and was excited about becoming a mother again despite the problems in her marriage. Investigators learned that the relationship between Chris and Crystal had been deteriorating in the months before her death. Chris had been having an affair with another woman and had wanted out of the marriage. But Crystal was pregnant, and a divorce would be complicated and expensive. Friends said Chris had been frustrated that Crystal wouldn't agree to end the pregnancy. Police also discovered that Chris had taken out a life insurance policy on Crystal shortly before her death. The policy was worth several $100,000, and Chris was the beneficiary. This gave him a clear financial motive in addition to his desire to be free of the marriage and the responsibilities of another child. The evidence against Chris Kleindienst was building, but it was all circumstantial. There were no witnesses to Crystal's death, and Chris wasn't talking to police anymore. Investigators needed to build a case that would convince a jury beyond reasonable doubt that Chris had strangled his pregnant wife on Christmas morning. Forensic experts examined the crime scene and Crystal's body for any physical evidence. They found marks on Crystal's neck consistent with manual strangulation. The positioning of her body and the lack of defensive wounds suggested she had been attacked while sleeping, giving her no chance to fight back or defend herself. In February 2010, Chris Kleindienst was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree ending of life, one for Crystal and one for the unborn baby. He was also charged with first-degree assault. Chris maintained his innocence, claiming he had woken up to find Crystal dead and had no idea what had happened to her. Chris's trial began in 2012. The prosecution presented testimony from Crystal's friends and family about Chris's abusive behavior and his desire to end the pregnancy. They presented evidence of the affair Chris had been having. They showed the jury the life insurance policy Chris had purchased, and they presented the medical examiner's testimony that Crystal had been strangled to death. The defense argued that the prosecution's case was based entirely on circumstantial evidence and speculation. They claimed there was no direct proof that Chris had strangled Crystal. They suggested that perhaps Crystal had died of some undiagnosed medical condition that mimicked strangulation, or that someone else could have been responsible. But the jury didn't buy the defense's theories. The combination of the medical evidence, Chris's suspicious behavior, his motive to be free of the marriage and the pregnancy, and the life insurance policy was too compelling. In May 2012, Chris Kleindienst was found guilty of 2 counts of second-degree ending of life. The judge sentenced Chris to 2 consecutive life sentences plus an additional 30 years. The judge noted the particularly cruel nature of strangling a sleeping pregnant woman on Christmas morning, with the couple's young daughter in the next room. Chris was taken to prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. Crystal's family spoke at the sentencing about their loss. They described Crystal as a loving mother and daughter who had been trying to escape an abusive relationship but had run out of time. They talked about the granddaughter who would grow up without her mother and the baby who never got the chance to be born. The double loss devastated the family. The case also left Crystal's daughter without either parent. Her mother was dead, and her father was in prison for taking her mother's life. The little girl who should have been waking up to Christmas presents that morning instead lost her entire family in one terrible act of violence. Crystal Kleindienst should have been celebrating Christmas with her daughter, looking forward to the birth of her second child, and planning for the future. Instead, she was taken by someone who saw her and their unborn baby as obstacles to the life he wanted. Chris Kleindienst chose to strangle his pregnant wife rather than simply get a divorce, a decision that destroyed multiple lives and left a young child without parents. The case served as a tragic reminder that the most dangerous time for women in abusive relationships is often when they are pregnant or trying to leave. Crystal had been trapped in a controlling relationship with a man who ultimately decided that ending her life was easier than letting her go. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a loving grandmother who opened her door to someone she trusted, about a small Texas town shaken by a brutal crime, and about how investigators used modern forensic technology to finally solve a murder that had haunted a community for nearly 3 decades. In March 1991, 72-year-old Johnny Ferrier was a beloved grandmother living in the small town of Palo Alto in East Texas. She was active in her community and known for her kindness and generosity. Johnny lived alone in a modest home and was comfortable there, feeling safe in the tight-knit community where everyone knew each other. On March 24th, 1991, Johnny's daughter went to check on her mother and made a horrifying discovery. Johnny had been brutally attacked in her own home. She had been beaten and stabbed multiple times. The level of violence was shocking, especially in such a quiet town where serious crimes were rare. Johnny was rushed to the hospital but died from her injuries. Police investigated the crime scene and found that there was no sign of forced entry. This suggested that Johnny had known her attacker and had willingly let them into her home. Items appeared to be missing from the house, indicating robbery might have been a motive, but the extreme violence suggested something more personal. The brutality of the attack seemed excessive for a simple burglary. Investigators interviewed neighbors and family members, trying to establish who might have visited Johnny that day. They processed the crime scene for fingerprints and other evidence. Despite their efforts, the case quickly went cold. There were no solid leads, no witnesses who had seen anyone suspicious, and the forensic technology available in 1991 was limited. Johnny's family was left without answers or justice. For nearly 30 years, the case remained unsolved. Johnny's family never gave up hope that someday her killer would be found. But as decades passed, it seemed increasingly unlikely. The investigators who had originally worked the case retired, and new generations of law enforcement took their place. But the file on Johnny Ferrier's murder remained open. Then in 2019, detectives decided to take another look at the cold case using modern forensic technology that hadn't existed in 1991. They retrieved evidence that had been carefully preserved from the crime scene, including items that might contain DNA. Advances in DNA testing now allowed scientists to extract and analyze genetic material from evidence that would have been useless decades earlier. The DNA testing revealed a profile that could be entered into national databases, but there was no match to anyone in the criminal DNA database. The case seemed to have hit another dead end. However, investigators decided to try a relatively new technique: forensic genetic genealogy, the same method that had been used to catch the Golden State Killer. Detectives uploaded the DNA profile to public genealogy databases where people voluntarily submit their DNA to find relatives and learn about their ancestry. The DNA from Johnny's crime scene matched several distant relatives. Investigators then used traditional genealogy research to build family trees and narrow down potential suspects. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named James Frazier, who had lived in the Palo Alto area in 1991. Frazier was now in his 60s and had moved away from the area years earlier. Detectives began surveilling Frazier and eventually obtained a DNA sample from him by collecting items he had discarded. When that DNA was compared to the evidence from Johnny's murder, it was a match. Police arrested James Frazier in November 2019 and charged him with taking Johnny Ferrier's life. After nearly 29 years, Johnny's family finally had answers about who had attacked their mother and grandmother. The arrest brought a mix of relief and renewed grief as they processed the fact that justice had taken so long. As investigators dug into Frazier's background, they discovered he had known Johnny and had done odd jobs for her in the past. This explained why there was no forced entry. Johnny had trusted Frazier and let him in her home, not knowing he intended to rob and harm her. The violence suggested that when Johnny resisted or recognized him, Frazier had attacked her to eliminate a witness. Frazier had lived in the community for years after Johnny's murder before eventually moving away. He had never been a prime suspect in the original investigation, possibly because his connection to Johnny had seemed too casual to warrant deep scrutiny, or perhaps because he had managed to deflect attention. For nearly 3 decades, he had lived his life knowing what he had done, but believing he had gotten away with it. Frazier's trial took place in 2021. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence that definitively placed him at the crime scene. They also presented testimony about his relationship with Johnny and his opportunity to commit the crime. The defense tried to argue that the DNA evidence alone didn't prove Frazier had committed violence, only that he had been in Johnny's home at some point, which he could have been legitimately, as someone who did work for her. However, the prosecution pointed out that Frazier had never come forward during the investigation to say he had been at Johnny's house or might have left DNA there. His silence for 3 decades, combined with the DNA evidence and the violent nature of the crime, painted a clear picture of guilt. The jury agreed. In 2021, James Frazier was convicted of taking Johnny Ferrier's life. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring he would spend his remaining years behind bars for what he had done. The conviction came 30 years after the crime, but for Johnny's family, it finally brought a sense of closure and justice. Johnny Ferrier's daughter, who had been the one to discover her mother's body all those years ago, was able to attend the trial and see her mother's killer convicted. She spoke about the decades of wondering who had taken her mother's life and the relief of finally knowing. While nothing could bring Johnny back, the family found some peace in knowing the person responsible had been held accountable. The case demonstrated the power of advances in forensic science and the importance of preserving evidence from unsolved crimes. The DNA that solved Johnny's case had been sitting in storage for 3 decades, waiting for technology to advance enough to be useful. Without that preserved evidence, and without the development of genetic genealogy techniques, James Frazier would likely have never been caught. Johnny Ferrier was a kind woman who had opened her door to someone she thought she could trust. She had been generous with her time and had hired James Frazier to help with work around her home. Instead of being grateful for her kindness, Frazier had betrayed that trust in the most violent way possible. Johnny deserved to live out her remaining years surrounded by the family who loved her, but instead her life was stolen by someone who valued a few material possessions more than human life. The case serves as a reminder that cold cases are never truly closed, and that advances in technology can bring justice even decades after a crime. For families of victims in unsolved cases, Johnny Ferrier's story offers hope that answers may still come, even after many years of waiting. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went missing after leaving work at a gas station, about a surveillance video that captured her final moments, and about how a predator used a simple ruse to abduct her in broad daylight, leading to one of Florida's most heartbreaking cases. In January 2006, 21-year-old Carly Brucio was living in Sarasota, Florida, working at a car wash and trying to rebuild her life. She had struggled with substance abuse, but was working on her recovery and spending time with her young daughter. On February 1st, 2004, Carly finished her shift at a car wash around 6 in the evening and began walking to her friend's house where she was staying. Carly took a shortcut through the parking lot of Evie's car wash, a route she had taken many times before. Security cameras at the car wash captured what happened next, footage that would be broadcast across the nation and haunt everyone who saw it. A man approached Carly, grabbed her by the arm, and led her away. The video showed Carly appearing to resist slightly, but ultimately being pulled off camera by the man. When Carly didn't arrive at her friend's house and wasn't answering her phone, her family became worried and reported her missing. Police reviewed the security footage and immediately released it to the public, hoping someone would recognize the man who had abducted Carly. The grainy video showed a man with distinctive features wearing a mechanic's uniform, and within hours, tips started pouring in. Multiple people called to identify the man as Joseph Smith, a mechanic who worked in the Sarasota area. Smith had a long criminal history, including kidnapping, false imprisonment, and drug charges. He was currently on probation, but his record showed he was exactly the kind of dangerous person who might commit such a crime. Police arrested Joseph Smith less than 24 hours after Carly's abduction. When questioned, Smith initially denied knowing anything about Carly or being at the car wash. But confronted with the surveillance video clearly showing him grabbing Carly, Smith changed his story multiple times, first claiming he was just asking for directions, then admitting he had taken her, but saying she had gone willingly. Despite Smith's arrest, Carly Brucio was still missing. Police urgently needed to find her, hoping she might still be alive. Investigators searched Smith's home, his workplace, and any location connected to him. They interviewed his family members and associates, trying to find any clue about where he might have taken Carly. On February 6, 2004, 5 days after Carly's abduction, police found her body behind a church about 3 miles from where she had been taken. She was lying in the tall grass, partially covered. The medical examiner determined that Carly had been strangled to death. She had been killed relatively soon after being abducted, meaning she had been dead for most of the time searchers had been desperately looking for her. The discovery devastated Carly's family and the entire Sarasota community. Carly had been a young mother trying to turn her life around, working and staying clean. She had simply been walking to her friend's house after work when she encountered Joseph Smith. She had done nothing to deserve what happened to her, yet she became the victim of a violent predator. Joseph Smith was charged with first-degree murder and kidnapping. The evidence against him was overwhelming. The surveillance video showed him abducting Carly. His DNA was found on her body. Witnesses placed him in the area where her body was found. During the investigation, it was revealed that Smith had been high on cocaine at the time of the abduction and murder. Smith's trial began in 2005. The prosecution presented the surveillance video, forensic evidence, and testimony about Smith's violent criminal history. They showed that Smith had specifically targeted Carly, following her and waiting for an opportunity to grab her when she was alone. The attack was predatory and deliberate, not a random encounter. The defense tried to argue that while Smith had abducted Carly, he hadn't intended to kill her and that her death might have been accidental during a struggle. They attempted to suggest that Smith's drug use had impaired his judgment and that he shouldn't be held fully responsible for his actions. The arguments did little to generate sympathy from the jury. During the trial, testimony revealed disturbing details about the hours between Carly's abduction and her death. Smith had taken her to his brother's house and held her there. Carly had been terrified and had begged for her life, telling Smith about her young daughter and pleading with him to let her go. Smith had ignored her pleas and ultimately strangled her before dumping her body. In November 2005, Joseph Smith was found guilty of first-degree murder and kidnapping. The jury recommended the death penalty, and the judge agreed, sentencing Smith to death for Carly's murder. Smith showed no emotion as the sentence was read, displaying the same cold indifference he had shown throughout the trial. Carly's mother, Susan Shorpen, spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing her daughter and the horror of knowing Carly's final hours had been filled with terror. She talked about Carly's young daughter who would grow up without her mother, robbed of the relationship they should have had. The impact statement was heartbreaking and showed the lasting damage Smith's actions had caused. Joseph Smith spent years on death row in Florida, filing appeals that were consistently denied. He never showed remorse for what he had done to Carly or acknowledged the pain he had caused her family. In October 2021, Joseph Smith died on death row from cancer at age 55. He died before his execution could be carried out, denying Carly's family the closure of seeing the sentence fulfilled. The surveillance video of Carly Brucia being abducted became one of the most widely circulated pieces of evidence in criminal justice history. It was used in training programs to show how quickly someone can be victimized and how predators operate. The footage is difficult to watch because it captures the exact moment when Carly's life changed forever and she was pulled toward her death. Carly's case led to changes in Florida's sex offender laws and probation monitoring. Joseph Smith had been on probation at the time of Carly's murder, and his probation officer had failed to properly supervise him. The case exposed failures in the system that allowed a dangerous criminal to be free to commit more violence. New laws were passed to require more stringent monitoring of offenders on probation. Carly Brucia was just 21 years old with a little girl who needed her. She was working to overcome her struggles and build a better life. She should have made it safely to her friend's house that February evening, but instead she encountered Joseph Smith, a predator who saw her vulnerability and seized the opportunity to commit evil. Her case remains a tragic reminder of how quickly violence can occur and how important it is to remain vigilant and aware of surroundings. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a daughter who appeared obedient and gentle, and about how a carefully constructed lie slowly collapsed under the weight of its own details. This is a true crime story about patience deception and how the crime meant to look like a tragic home invasion was ultimately exposed as something far more personal. Jennifer Pan grew up in a strict household in Markham, Ontario, the daughter of Vietnamese immigrants who believed discipline and academic success were the keys to a secure future. From an early age, Jennifer was expected to excel. Her parents controlled her schedule, her friendships, and her plans. They believed they were protecting her and guiding her toward a better life. To outsiders, the family appeared quiet, hardworking, and deeply focused on education. Inside the home, Jennifer felt trapped. She struggled in school, but told her parents she was thriving. She forged report cards, lied about attending university, and created an entire imaginary life to meet expectations. For years, she left the house, pretending to go to classes, while actually spending her days with friends or her boyfriend Daniel Wong, whom her parents strongly disapproved of. The lies piled on top of each other, becoming more complicated and more dangerous with time. Jennifer lived in constant fear of being exposed. On the night of November 8th, 2010, Jennifer called emergency services in a panic. She told the operator that intruders had broken into her family home. When police arrived, they found her mother bitch Hot Pan dead from multiple gunshot wounds. Her father, Huai Han Pan, had also been shot, but was still alive, barely conscious, and unable to speak. Jennifer appeared shaken and restrained with her hands behind her back. She claimed she had been tied up and forced to watch as the attackers killed her parents. She said the intruders fled after shooting them, leaving her alive by chance. At first, the scene looked like a brutal home invasion gone wrong, but details did not align. Investigators noticed that nothing of value had been stolen. Jennifer's account changed subtly each time she told it. The positioning of her restraints suggested they had been applied after the fact. Phone records revealed a series of calls and messages that pointed not to random criminals, but to people Jennifer knew personally. As police dug deeper, a hidden story emerged. Jennifer had been planning her parents' deaths for months. She believed that killing them was the only way to escape their control and to continue her relationship freely. She worked with her boyfriend Daniel Long and several others to arrange the attack. Money was discussed. Roles were assigned. The plan was not impulsive, but deliberate. The night of the shooting, the attackers were led into the house intentionally. Jennifer survived because she was never meant to die. Her father lived long enough to recover and identify his daughter as responsible. When he learned the truth, the betrayal was devastating. He had trusted her completely. He had believed he was protecting his family. Instead, he was forced to confront the reality that his own child had orchestrated the destruction of their home. Jennifer Pan was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder. During the trial, prosecutors laid out the evidence step by step, showing how the lies began with school grades and escalated into homicide. Recordings of Jennifer speaking casually about the plan were played in court. The jury listened as the image of a terrified victim dissolved into that of a calculating planner. In December 2014, Jennifer Pan was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 25 years. Her accomplices received similar sentences. The court concluded that this was not a crime of desperation in the moment, but a sustained effort to erase obstacles rather than confront them. The case remains chilling because it unfolded quietly over years. No sudden violence, no public breakdown. Just deception layered so deeply that murder began to feel like a solution. Jennifer Pan did not act in anger that night. She acted with resolve. This story is a reminder that control, secrecy, and fear can distort judgment beyond recognition. It shows how small lies, when left unchecked, can grow into irreversible acts. And it reveals how crimes meant to free someone from pressure often end by creating a prison far more permanent. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how the most profound silence isn't found in the woods or at the bottom of the ocean, but inside a house where the doors are locked and the curtains are drawn. This is a story about the weight of a secret, the slow erosion of a family, and how a person can be driven to commit the unthinkable by the very things they claim to be protecting. It is a true story about a man who lived a life of rigid order and religious devotion, only to leave behind a scene that would haunt a small town for decades. John List was a man of absolute precision. He lived in Westfield, New Jersey, in a 19-room Victoria mansion called Breeze Knoll. To the neighbors, John was the personification of stability. He was an accountant, a Sunday school teacher, and a veteran. He wore a suit to the grocery store. He maintained his lawn with obsessive care. He was a man who believed in the hierarchy of the home, in the importance of appearances, and in a very specific, unforgiving version of the American dream. But by 1971, the pillars of John's world were quietly crumbling. He had lost his high-paying job at a bank, a failure he could not bring himself to admit to his family. Every morning, he would still put on his suit, pick up his briefcase, and leave the house as if he were heading to the office. Instead, he would sit at the train station or in the public library, watching the hours tick by, terrified of the moment his bank account would hit zero and his secret would be exposed. His wife, Helen, was suffering from declining health and a growing sense of isolation. His 3 children were becoming teenagers, developing their own interests and questioning the rigid, sheltered world their father had built for them. To John, the world outside was becoming a place of sin and corruption, and he felt he was losing his grip on the souls he was responsible for. He didn't see a way out through hard work or honesty. He saw a way out through a final, devastating act of control. On November 9th, 1971, the precision that John had applied to his accounting was applied to his family. He waited until the children were at school. He moved through the house with a cold, methodical focus. He started with his wife, then his mother who lived in the third-floor apartment, and finally his children as they returned home one by one from school and sports practice. There was no struggle that the neighbors heard, no screams that reached the street. The heavy stone walls of Breeze Knoll kept the horror contained. After the acts were finished, John didn't flee in a panic. He stayed in the house. He cleaned the areas where the events had taken place. He sat down and ate a meal. He then wrote a long, 5-page letter to his pastor, explaining his reasoning. He believed that the world was too much for his family, that they were losing their faith, and that by ending their lives, he was ensuring their place in heaven. In his mind, this wasn't murder, it was a rescue mission. He then systematically erased himself. He cut his own face out of every family photograph in the house, so the police would have no image to use for a manhunt. He turned on all the lights, set a radio to a classical music station to play loudly through the intercom system, and walked out the front door. He vanished. For nearly a month, the lights stayed on at Breeze Knoll. The music played to empty rooms. The neighbors assumed the family was on a long vacation. It wasn't until the light bulbs began to burn out one by one, and the music finally drifted into silence that the authorities were called to investigate. What they found inside was a meticulously arranged scene of tragedy that defied explanation. For 18 years, the chair at the head of the List family table remained empty. John List had moved to another state, changed his name to Robert Clark, remarried, and started a whole new life as an accountant. He joined a new church. He became a respected neighbor once again. He lived a life of quiet routine, convinced that his secret was buried forever. But the past has a way of breathing, even under the weight of nearly 2 decades of silence. In 1989, a television program featured a forensic sculptor who created a bust of what John List might look like as an older man. They accounted for the sagging of the jaw, the receding hairline, and the specific style of glasses he favored. A neighbor in Virginia saw the bust on their screen and recognized the man living next door. When the police arrived, John, now Robert, initially denied everything. But the precision of the past had left a footprint. His fingerprints, taken during his military service years before, provided the truth he couldn't hide. At his trial, the defense tried to argue that he was suffering from a mental break, that the pressure of his perceived failures had fractured his mind. But the prosecution pointed to the planning, the letter to the pastor, and the 18 years of successful hiding as evidence of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. John List was convicted and spent the rest of his life behind bars, a man who had destroyed his world to save his image. This story is a chilling look at what happens when a person values a shadow more than the reality, when the fear of being seen as a failure becomes more powerful than the love for one's own flesh and blood. It reminds us that the most dangerous people aren't always the ones who scream. Sometimes they're the ones who make sure the music is playing just loud enough to drown out the truth. The image that stays with you is the mansion with the lights burning bright in every window, a house that looked full of life on the outside, while inside there was only the cold, calculated silence of a man who thought he was doing the right thing. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived at the highest level of discipline and trust, a man responsible for national security, respected by his peers, admired for his precision, and feared by absolutely no one. This is a true crime story about control, secrecy, and how someone who mastered order used it to hide unimaginable violence, until a single mistake unraveled everything. Russell Williams was a decorated Canadian Air Force colonel. He commanded one of the country's most important military bases. He flew aircraft carrying political leaders and royalty. He wore the uniform perfectly, spoke calmly, and followed rules obsessively. To those around him, he was professionalism embodied. There were no visible cracks, no scandals, no rumors that hinted at what he did when no one was watching. But beneath that polished exterior was a private world built on obsession. For years, women in quiet Ontario towns reported strange incidents. Homes were broken into while residents slept. Nothing obvious was stolen. Instead, underwear went missing. Sometimes the intruder moved through the house silently, rearranging items, standing close to sleeping victims without waking them. Police initially treated these as isolated burglaries, uncomfortable but not urgent. They were wrong. Russell Williams was escalating. What began as fetishistic break-ins slowly evolved into something far darker. The secrecy fueled him. The control intoxicated him. He photographed himself wearing stolen clothing, carefully cataloging his crimes like achievements. He believed his status protected him. He believed his intelligence made him untouchable. In 2009, the pattern shattered. A woman named Corporal Marie France Como disappeared. Her body was later found in a remote wooded area. She had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Shortly after, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, was killed under similar circumstances. Panic spread quickly. This was no longer a series of strange break-ins. A predator was actively hunting. Investigators intensified their efforts. For the first time, they connected the burglaries to the murders. Tire tracks became critical evidence. A unique tread pattern appeared near multiple crime scenes. Police canvassed hundreds of vehicles, measuring tires, narrowing possibilities. It was slow, methodical work, the same kind of work the killer himself relied on to avoid detection. Then, during a routine traffic stop, police noticed tires that matched. The vehicle belonged to Colonel Russell Williams. When investigators visited his home, they expected resistance, denial, perhaps anger. Instead, they encountered politeness, calm cooperation. Williams agreed to speak with them, confident that his intelligence and composure would carry him through. The interrogation that followed became one of the most studied police interviews in modern criminal history. For hours, Russell Williams denied everything. He spoke slowly, precisely, correcting investigators on minor details. But as evidence was presented piece by piece, tire impressions, fibers, timelines, something shifted. The structure he relied on began to crack. And then it collapsed. Williams confessed. Not emotionally, not dramatically. He described his crimes in chilling detail, explaining how he chose victims, how he broke into homes, how he maintained control. He spoke as if giving a report, detached from the reality of what he had done. The mask was gone, but the coldness remained. Police searched his home and uncovered an archive of horror. Thousands of photographs documenting his crimes. Evidence connecting him to years of assaults, break-ins, and the murders. The scope of his behavior stunned even seasoned investigators. In 2010, Russell Williams pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no chance of parole for decades. In court, he offered a statement of responsibility, but no explanation that could bridge the gap between who he appeared to be and what he had done. This story is disturbing because it destroys the idea that monsters look monstrous. Russell Williams did not lurk in alleyways or live on the margins of society. He lived at its center. He enforced rules. He wore medals. He commanded respect. And at night, he violated homes, bodies, and lives with meticulous care. It reminds us that evil does not always announce itself. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it salutes. Sometimes it hides behind authority, routine, and silence, believing structure will keep it safe forever. Until one detail is overlooked, until one pattern is noticed, and the entire illusion falls apart. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lied so convincingly that even his closest family believed him. About a woman who trusted love over instinct, and about a crime that began with deception long before it ended in murder. This is a true crime story about Mark Hacking, a case that unfolded quietly, but revealed one of the most disturbing examples of how lies can replace reality. Mark Hacking was born into a respected family in Utah. His parents were successful, supportive, and deeply involved in their community. From a young age, Mark learned how to present himself well. He was polite, articulate, and appeared ambitious. Teachers and relatives described him as intelligent but emotionally fragile, someone who avoided confrontation and struggled under pressure. As Mark grew older, that pressure increased. He wanted to be impressive. He wanted approval. And most of all, He wanted to appear successful without doing the work required to be successful. In college, Mark met Lori Hacking. Lori was kind, patient, and grounded. She believed in honesty and effort. She worked hard, stayed focused, and trusted deeply. Where Mark exaggerated, Lori stabilized. Where Mark avoided reality, Lori confronted it gently. Their relationship developed quickly, and they married young. To Lori, Mark was a man with big dreams. To Mark, Lori was someone he needed to keep believing in those dreams. Mark told Lori he had been accepted into medical school. Later, he claimed he was attending law school instead. He spoke confidently about classes, exams, professors, and future plans. He dressed the part. He used the language of someone who belonged in those spaces. None of it was true. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had never attended law school. He spent his days pretending to go to class while actually wandering around campus buildings, libraries, and coffee shops, trying to maintain the illusion. He forged documents. He lied to family members. He built an entire life on fabrication. Lori eventually began to sense something was wrong. Details did not add up. Mark avoided specific questions. He grew defensive when pressed. Still, Lori loved him. She believed marriage meant patience and trust. When she finally confronted him seriously, Mark panicked. The lies were collapsing. On July 19, 2004, Mark and Lori went for an early morning walk near Memory Grove Park in Salt Lake City. Mark later told police that a stranger had attacked them. He claimed Lori was abducted while he escaped. From the beginning, investigators were skeptical. There were no witnesses, no signs of struggle consistent with an abduction, no evidence supporting Mark's story. Lori's family immediately sensed something was wrong. She would not have wandered off voluntarily. She would not have left without contacting someone. And Mark's account changed subtly each time he retold it. Police began digging into Mark's background. What they found was a web of lies. There was no law school enrollment, no medical school acceptance, no academic record matching his claims. Professors he mentioned had never heard of him. Buildings he claimed to attend classes in had no record of him. The investigation shifted quickly. Mark was no longer a witness. He was a suspect. Under pressure, Mark began unraveling. His demeanor shifted from cooperative to evasive. He contradicted himself. He struggled to maintain eye contact. Detectives applied calm, methodical questioning, allowing silence to do its work. Then came the confession. Mark admitted that he had killed Lori. He explained that the confrontation about his lies terrified him. He believed his entire life was about to collapse. Instead of facing consequences, he chose violence. He shot Lori and later returned to the area to dispose of her body. Lori's remains were found days later in a shallow grave. The community was devastated. At trial, prosecutors laid out the case slowly and carefully. They explained how Mark's deception was not a single lie, but a lifestyle. Experts testified about pathological lying, avoidance behavior, and the psychology of individuals who choose control over accountability. Mark pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes this story deeply unsettling is not just the crime. It is the quietness. There was no history of violence, no explosive temper, no obvious warning signs, just lies. And when those lies were threatened, Mark chose the only option that preserved his false identity, even if it destroyed everything else. This story reminds us that danger does not always come from anger. Sometimes it comes from fear. Fear of being exposed. Fear of disappointing others. Fear of reality itself. And sometimes, the most devastating crimes begin not with hatred, but with the refusal to tell the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet apartment complex in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where the days passed slowly and nothing about his life seemed unusual to the people around him. His name was Sean Vincent Gillis. To his co-workers, he was polite, dependable, and forgettable in the way ordinary people often are. He worked at a convenience store, stocking shelves, assisting customers, and returning home at predictable hours. He shared an apartment with his longtime girlfriend. They lived together peacefully. He paid bills. He followed routines. He He blended into the background of everyday life so completely that no one ever suspected the private reality he had been living for years, a reality that remained hidden behind a calm face and quiet voice. Sean had lived in Baton Rouge most of his life. He grew up in a stable environment, raised by his mother and grandmother after his father left when he was young. He was intelligent, observant, and socially functional. He graduated high school and maintained steady employment. He did not have a criminal record that would immediately alarm anyone. To neighbors and coworkers, he existed as just another person moving through life without drawing attention. He did not appear aggressive. He did not appear unstable. He appeared normal. But beginning in 1994, women in Baton Rouge began disappearing. The first was in Brian, a 30-year-old woman who lived alone. She vanished without warning. Her absence was noticed, but there were few immediate clues. Her life had simply stopped. Days later, her body was discovered in a remote area. Investigators began their work, but there was little evidence pointing clearly to a suspect. The case remained open, unanswered. Over the next several years, more women disappeared. Each disappearance created fear, but also confusion. The victims came from different backgrounds. Some struggled in life. Some lived alone. Some were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. There was no obvious connection between them that investigators could immediately identify. The crimes appeared isolated, but they were not. Sean Gillis continued his normal life during all of this. He went to work. He came home. He spoke with his girlfriend. He interacted with coworkers. He never spoke about what he was doing in private. He followed the news closely, observing how investigators worked, learning what they knew and what they didn't know. He understood that as long as he remained invisible, he could continue living his double life. Years passed. Then, in January 2004, everything began to change. Another woman, Charlotte Murray Pace, disappeared. She was 21 years old, a college student with a future ahead of her. She lived in an apartment complex not far from Sean's home. She was last seen alive walking toward her apartment. When she failed to appear for work the next day, concern grew quickly. Her disappearance triggered an intense investigation. Her body was discovered days later. This time, investigators recovered something critical: DNA evidence. This evidence was entered into national databases, but at the time, it did not match anyone. Still, it became a silent marker, waiting for the moment when it would connect to a name. Investigators began examining patterns across multiple cases. They noticed similarities, locations, timing, victim vulnerability. They began to suspect that a single person was responsible for several of the unsolved murders. Sean Gillis watched all of this unfold from a distance. He did not panic. He did not run. He continued his routines. But investigators continued their work quietly, patiently, building connections between evidence and individuals. In 2004, DNA collected from another crime scene was compared again. This time, it matched Sean Gillis. Detectives moved carefully. They placed him under surveillance. They observed his routines. They watched him leave for work. They watched him return home. They gathered additional evidence to confirm what they were beginning to understand. On April 29, 2004, Sean Gillis was arrested. When detectives questioned him, he did not react with confusion or denial in the way innocent people often do. Instead, he spoke calmly. He confessed. He described his crimes in detail. He explained how he selected victims, how he approached them, how he ensured he would not be seen. His voice remained steady. His demeanor remained controlled. Investigators were struck not only by what he admitted, but by how easily he spoke about it. He had lived with these secrets for 10 years. 10 years of normal conversations. 10 years of ordinary routines. 10 years of hiding in plain sight. His girlfriend, who had lived with him for years, had never suspected him. She later explained that he behaved normally every day. He showed no visible signs of a life he had been living secretly. The investigation revealed the full scope of his crimes. Multiple victims, multiple years, all committed while he maintained a stable, ordinary public life. At trial, prosecutors presented the evidence methodically. DNA, confessions, timelines, physical evidence. Each piece added to the reality that Sean Gillis had been responsible for crimes that remained unsolved for years. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, removed permanently from the quiet streets where he once walked unnoticed. What makes this story linger is the length of time he remained invisible. He did not rely on constant movement or escape. He relied on normalcy. He relied on routine. He relied on the assumption that danger does not look ordinary. For 10 years, he lived among neighbors who saw him as just another person. He spoke calmly. He worked quietly. He lived invisibly until the evidence, patient and silent, finally spoke for itself. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who worked in hospitals, who wore scrubs, who moved quietly through intensive care units during the night shift. He adjusted 4 lines, checked monitors, spoke softly to patients, and blended into the rhythm of medical routine. His name was Charles Cullen, and for 16 years he moved between hospitals in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, trusted as a nurse in some of the most vulnerable spaces in modern life. Charles Cullen was born in 1960 in West Orange, New Jersey. His childhood was marked by instability and loss. His father died when he was young, and family members later described him as withdrawn and troubled. As a teenager, he struggled with depression and attempted suicide more than once. After high school, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy, serving aboard a submarine. Following his discharge, he pursued nursing, a profession that placed him in positions of care and responsibility. By the late 1980s, Cullen was working as a registered nurse. Colleagues often described him as competent, sometimes quiet, sometimes reserved. He frequently worked night shifts, where staffing levels were lower and oversight less constant. Over time, patients in facilities where Cullen worked began experiencing unexpected medical crises. Some went into sudden cardiac arrest. Others suffered unexplained drops in blood pressure. Many of these patients were already critically ill, making it difficult to distinguish between natural decline and something deliberate. At St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey in the late 1980s, administrators noticed unusual patterns involving medication access. Cullen was suspected of tampering with 4 bags, but internal investigations failed to produce conclusive proof. Rather than pursue criminal charges, the hospital allowed him to resign quietly. This pattern would repeat itself across multiple institutions. When concerns arose, Cullen would leave, often with neutral or even positive references, and secure employment elsewhere. Throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, Cullen worked at a series of hospitals. Investigators later determined that he used his access to powerful medications, such as digoxin and insulin, to induce fatal overdoses. Some victims were terminally ill, but others were stable or improving before sudden deterioration. Medical staff often attributed deaths to complications of illness, not suspecting deliberate harm. The turning point came in 2003 at Somerset Medical Center in Somerville, New Jersey. Pharmacists noticed discrepancies in medication dispensing records. Automated systems tracked access to controlled substances, and Cullen's badge appeared unusually often in logs for drugs not prescribed to his assigned patients. When hospital administrators examined patient outcomes more closely, they identified cases of unexplained cardiac events following medication administration. Rather than dismissing concerns internally, Somerset Medical Center contacted law enforcement. Detectives began building a case carefully. They reviewed pharmacy records, cross-referenced patient charts, and consulted medical experts. Patterns emerged linking Cullen's access to specific medications with patient deaths or medical emergencies. In December 2003, Charles Cullen was arrested. During interrogation, he eventually confessed. His statements were detailed and chilling in their calmness. He admitted to administering lethal doses of medication to numerous patients over a span of 16 years. When asked why, he described a belief that he was ending suffering. However, investigators found no consistent evidence that all victims were terminal or requesting relief. Some were expected to recover. Some families were preparing for discharge when their loved ones suddenly died. The exact number of victims remains uncertain. Cullen confessed to killing at least 40 patients, but investigators believe the true number could be significantly higher, possibly in the hundreds, given the length of his career and the number of suspicious cases across multiple hospitals. In 2006, Charles Cullen pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder and attempted murder in both New Jersey and Pennsylvania. He was sentenced to multiple life terms in prison without the possibility of parole. The case exposed systemic failures within hospital administration. Facilities that suspected misconduct often prioritized avoiding public scandal over initiating criminal investigation. By allowing Cullen to resign quietly rather than reporting concerns, institutions unintentionally enabled him to continue working elsewhere. Following the case, many states strengthened reporting requirements for healthcare professionals and improved monitoring of medication access systems. Today, Charles Cullen remains incarcerated. His case stands as one of the most significant examples of medical serial homicide in American history. It revealed how trust within healthcare settings can be exploited, how institutional hesitation can compound harm, and how patterns can remain hidden when each event is viewed in isolation rather than as part of a larger trajectory. For years, families believed their loved ones had simply succumbed to illness. It was only after careful forensic review and data analysis that a different explanation emerged, one built not on sudden tragedy, but on repeated, deliberate acts carried out under fluorescent hospital lights during quiet overnight hours. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing railway maintenance engineer during a routine overnight inspection, a disappearance that at first seemed like a delayed report from a remote track, but slowly unfolded into something far more deliberate as investigators began to reconstruct the final hours of a man who had followed the same routine for years without deviation. In the late winter of 2014, long freight lines stretched across the outskirts of Kansas City, Missouri, cutting through industrial zones, quiet service roads, and isolated maintenance sectors that were rarely visited except by assigned crews. Among those responsible for monitoring those lines was 41-year-old engineer Patrick Doyle, a man who had spent nearly 15 years inspecting track integrity, signal systems, and switching equipment during overnight shifts when rail traffic was minimal and disruptions could be avoided. His work required him to travel alone in a company vehicle, stopping at designated checkpoints to inspect equipment and log reports into a handheld system that tracked his progress in real time. Because of the nature of the job, his movements were structured, predictable, and carefully recorded, which is why the first indication that something was wrong came not from a call, but from a missing update in the system. On the night of February 11th, Patrick began his shift as usual, checking out his assigned vehicle and confirming his inspection route shortly before 10 p.m. His first several stops were logged without issue, each timestamp aligning perfectly with his expected schedule as he moved along a section of track that ran through a lightly developed industrial corridor. At approximately 1:18 a.m., he recorded his last completed inspection near a signal junction located several miles from the nearest staff facility. After that point, there were no further updates. At first, supervisors assumed a technical issue or temporary signal loss, something that occasionally occurred in remote areas. But when no additional logs were received and repeated attempts to reach him went unanswered, concern began to build. By early morning, a search was initiated along his assigned route. His vehicle was eventually located parked near a service access road not far from his last recorded checkpoint. From the outside, nothing appeared immediately wrong. The vehicle was intact, the doors were closed, and there were no signs of forced entry or obvious damage. Inside, however, investigators began to notice details that did not align with a routine stop. His inspection device was still powered on and placed on the passenger seat. His personal phone was inside the vehicle, and several tools he would normally carry with him during an inspection were left behind. It suggested that whatever had happened, it had interrupted him suddenly and without preparation. Forensic examination of the vehicle revealed the first clear sign that this was no longer a simple missing person case. along the interior edge of the driver's side door and extending faintly toward the ground outside. Technicians detected small traces of blood that were not immediately visible under normal lighting. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to Patrick. The investigation shifted immediately, and attention turned toward reconstructing not just where he had been, but who else might have been in that area at the same time. Railway maintenance zones were not heavily monitored, but nearby industrial properties provided a limited number of surveillance angles. Investigators reviewed footage from warehouses and access roads within a several-mile radius. One camera captured a vehicle entering the service road area approximately 20 minutes after Patrick's last logged inspection. It was a dark utility truck that did not belong to the railway company. The same vehicle was seen leaving the area less than 40 minutes later. The timing was narrow, and it aligned too closely with the window in which Patrick had stopped communicating. Through vehicle registration records, the truck was traced to a man named Andrew Keller, a former subcontractor who had previously worked on railway signal installations in the same region. Keller had knowledge of maintenance schedules, access routes, and inspection patterns, information that placed him in a position to anticipate when and where an engineer like Patrick would be working alone. Detectives located Keller and requested an interview. He acknowledged owning the vehicle and admitted to being in the general area that night, but claimed he had been passing through on unrelated work. His explanation lacked detail and did not account for the specific location captured on camera. A search warrant for Keller's truck revealed more than inconsistencies. Inside the vehicle, forensic teams identified trace materials consistent with the environment around the railway site, including specific gravel compositions used along that section of track. More significantly, they found faint biological traces in the rear compartment of the truck that had been partially cleaned but not completely removed. Laboratory testing confirmed the presence of Patrick's blood. At that point, the case moved from circumstantial to direct linkage. During a second round of questioning, detectives presented Keller with the collected evidence, laying out a timeline that placed him at the scene during the critical window and connected his vehicle to physical traces from the victim. As the pressure increased, his account began to shift. He admitted to approaching Patrick that night, initially claiming it was to discuss access to certain equipment he believed was improperly secured. Investigators determined that the encounter escalated quickly, though the exact sequence of events inside that moment was less important than what followed. What became clear was that the actions afterward were not random. Keller had moved Patrick from the immediate area, transported him using his vehicle, and attempted to eliminate visible evidence before leaving the scene. It took several more hours of questioning before he disclosed the location where he had taken him. Detectives followed that information to a remote stretch of land beyond the industrial corridor, where disturbed soil and surface irregularities led them to a concealed burial site. The discovery confirmed what the investigation had already suggested. The case proceeded to trial with a focus not only on the confrontation itself, but on the deliberate sequence of decisions that followed. Prosecutors presented a structured timeline supported by surveillance footage, forensic analysis, and digital records, demonstrating that this was not an unplanned encounter that ended in panic, but a situation that continued through a series of controlled actions aimed at avoiding detection. Andrew Keller was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing hotel night auditor, a disappearance that at first seemed like someone stepping away from the front desk, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the winter of 2009, the city of Salt Lake City, Utah moved through long, quiet nights where hotels along the highway operated with minimal staff. Among those working those hours was 32-year-old night auditor Melissa Grant. Melissa had been working at a mid-range hotel for nearly 4 years and was known by coworkers as reliable, organized, and calm under pressure. Her shift ran from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., during which she handled late check-ins, processed financial reports, and monitored the lobby. Because she often worked alone, she followed a strict routine that included regular check-ins with management logs. On the night of January 27th, Melissa began her shift as usual. Security cameras showed her assisting guests, answering calls, and completing paperwork behind the front desk. Activity slowed after midnight, and by 2:15 a.m., the lobby was nearly empty. At approximately 2:23 a.m., a man entered the hotel through the main entrance. The footage showed him approaching the front desk and speaking with Melissa. There were no immediate signs of distress. After a short interaction, the two moved slightly out of the main camera frame near the side of the desk. Several minutes later, the man was seen leaving the hotel alone. Melissa was no longer visible. When a guest came to the front desk around 3:05 a.m., they found no one there. The computer terminal was still active, and paperwork was left unfinished. The guest reported the situation to management, who then contacted police. Officers arrived and began searching the hotel. Inside the front desk area, investigators noticed several concerning details. Melissa's personal belongings, including her phone and bag, were still behind the counter. Forensic technicians examined the area carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the side of the desk and along the floor leading toward a back office hallway. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing the surveillance footage in detail. The image of the man who had entered the hotel was enhanced and distributed to local law enforcement. Within days, a tip identified the individual as Daniel Price. Price was 38 years old and had previously worked in maintenance at several hotels in the area. Records showed he was familiar with typical night shift operations and knew that front desk staff often worked alone. Detectives located Price and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had entered the hotel that night, but claimed he had only asked about room availability and then left. He insisted he had no involvement in Melissa's disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Price's phone at the hotel during the time, captured on surveillance footage, and later near an industrial area several miles away in the early morning hours. When confronted with that information, he said he had gone for a drive after leaving the hotel. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for his vehicle. Inside the car, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the carpeting from the hotel's back office area. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the trunk that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa Grant. Price was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at both the hotel and the industrial area. As the questioning continued, his story began to break down. Eventually, Price admitted that he had approached Melissa at the front desk and engaged her in conversation. According to his statement, he convinced her to step away from the desk toward the back office area. Investigators believe he had chosen the moment knowing the hotel was quiet and that she was working alone. The situation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Melissa attempted to defend herself, which explained the blood traces found near the desk and in the hallway. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Price attempted to conceal the crime by moving her away from the hotel and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote area outside the city, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath dirt and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Melissa Grant. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Price entering the hotel, being the last person seen with Melissa, and later traveling to the area where the remains were found. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Price took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Daniel Price was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Melissa Grant's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers remembered her as someone who handled long overnight shifts with professionalism and consistency. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A few minutes of surveillance footage, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing university archivist inside a building filled with records. A disappearance that did not involve highways or remote areas, but instead unfolded within a controlled environment where every entry was logged and every movement was supposed to be accounted for. Yet something still happened in the narrow window between routine and oversight. In the spring of 2018, a large university in upstate New York maintained an extensive archival facility beneath its main library, a climate-controlled space where historical documents, research material, and restricted collections were preserved. Access to this area was limited, requiring authorization and keycard entry, and most activity was carefully recorded. Among those who worked, there was 46-year-old archivist Helen Morris, a specialist responsible for cataloging and maintaining sensitive materials that were not accessible to the general public. Her work often required her to remain in the archive long after the main library had closed, organizing records and preparing materials for academic review. On the evening of April 12th, Helen stayed later than usual to complete a cataloging project involving a recently acquired collection. Her access log showed that she entered the archive at 6:18 p.m. and remained inside as the building gradually emptied above her. By 9:40 p.m., the library had officially closed, and only a small number of authorized staff remained in different parts of the building. Helen continued working, logging several updates into the archival system as she processed documents. Her final recorded entry came at 10:56 p.m., noting the completion of a cataloging segment in one of the restricted storage rooms. After that, there were no further updates. When Helen failed to exit the building that night, no immediate alarm was raised. It was not unusual for her to work late, and sometimes she left without interacting with other staff. It was only the following morning, when she did not respond to emails and missed scheduled meetings, that concern began to grow. A review of building access logs showed something unusual. While her entry into the archive had been recorded, there was no corresponding exit. Campus security was notified, and a search of the archive began. Her workstation was found exactly as she had left it. Documents were arranged neatly. Her computer remained active, and her personal items were still present. There were no signs of disruption in the main workspace. However, when investigators moved deeper into the restricted storage sections, they began to notice details that did not align with routine activity. In one of the narrow aisles between shelving units, forensic technicians identified faint traces of blood along the edge of a storage cabinet and extending slightly onto the floor. The amount was minimal, but enough to indicate that an incident had occurred in that confined space. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to Helen. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on who had access to the archive during that time frame. Access logs revealed that only a limited number of individuals had entered the area after library closing hours. Among them was a research assistant named Daniel Kessler, who had authorization to review certain restricted materials for an academic project. Kessler's access record showed that he entered the archive at 10:32 p.m., less than half an hour before Helen's final log entry. More importantly, his exit was recorded at 11:21 p.m. Helen's was not. When questioned, Kessler stated that he had been reviewing documents in a different section of the archive and had not encountered Helen during his time there. He described his visit as brief and uneventful, consistent with his research needs. However, investigators noted that his timeline overlapped almost exactly with the period in which Helen's activity ceased. Surveillance within the archive was limited due to preservation concerns, but cameras positioned near entry points provided partial coverage. Footage showed Kessler entering the archive at the recorded time and leaving later carrying a backpack that appeared slightly fuller than when he arrived. While this alone did not confirm involvement, it raised questions about what had changed during his visit. A search warrant for Kessler's residence led to the discovery of additional evidence. Among his belongings, investigators found clothing that had been recently cleaned but still contained trace amounts of biological material. Laboratory analysis confirmed the presence of Helen's blood. Additionally, fibers recovered from his backpack were consistent with materials found within the restricted storage area where the blood traces had been located. During a second interview, detectives presented the evidence in sequence, aligning access logs, forensic findings, and movement within the archive. As the timeline became more defined, Kessler's initial account began to shift. He admitted to being in the same storage section as Helen, stating that an interaction had occurred regarding access to certain materials he was not authorized to handle. Investigators determined that the encounter escalated within the confined space of the archive aisle. The absence of widespread disturbance suggested that the incident was brief but decisive. What followed required knowledge of the facility's layout, including areas with limited oversight and routes that avoided main access points. Kessler used his familiarity with the archive to move Helen from the immediate area and later removed her from the building without triggering standard exit records, exploiting a service access point that was not part of the main logging system. It took additional time before he disclosed where he had taken her, leading investigators to a location outside the campus where evidence confirmed the outcome. At trial, the prosecution focused on the controlled environment of the archive itself, emphasizing how access restrictions and digital records narrowed the field of possibilities. Every entry, every timestamp, and every movement contributed to a structured reconstruction of events that left little room for uncertainty. The defense attempted to challenge the interpretation of the evidence, but the alignment of physical and digital records proved difficult to counter. Daniel Kessler was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For the university, the case exposed how even the most controlled environments rely on the assumption that those with access will follow the rules governing that access. In this situation, it was not the absence of security that defined the event, but the misuse of it, where the same systems designed to protect and record activity ultimately narrowed the truth down to a single path that could not be explained away. Next story. The conviction of Eric Dalton brought a formal end to the criminal trial. But for investigators and for the community of Bellingham, the story of Laura Whitaker did not end in the courtroom. In the weeks after the verdict, detectives continued to review every detail of the case, documenting the full timeline of events that had unfolded during the months leading up to Laura's death. Understanding how Dalton's fixation developed and how he was able to approach her without raising earlier alarm became an important part of the investigation's final phase. Police interviewed former co-workers from the maintenance company that had employed him, learning that Dalton had struggled with unstable employment and had developed a pattern of becoming unusually attached to people he met during short-term jobs. None of those earlier incidents had escalated to violence, but several colleagues described him as someone who often misinterpreted ordinary conversations as signs of deeper personal interest. Investigators reconstructed Dalton's movements during the days before the crime. Records showed that he had driven past Laura's home several times during the week before October 12th. Neighbors later recalled seeing the same pickup truck in the area on multiple evenings, though at the time no one had found the presence suspicious. Phone records revealed that Dalton had attempted to call Laura twice before the night of the attack, but had hung up before leaving a message. Detectives concluded that he had been watching her routine and waiting for an opportunity to approach her when she was alone. The evidence suggested that the visit to her house had not been a spontaneous decision, but something he had been considering for several days. Forensic specialists also completed a detailed examination of the crime scene evidence. The blood traces near the doorway indicated that the initial struggle had happened almost immediately after Laura opened the door. The position of the overturned chair and the scattered papers suggested that she had attempted to defend herself and moved toward the interior of the house. Investigators believe that Dalton forced his way inside and attacked her during that brief confrontation. The amount of blood at the scene was limited, which explained why he had been able to move her out of the house without leaving an obvious trail that neighbors might have noticed. The analysis of fibers and soil samples taken from Dalton's truck helped confirm the route he had taken after leaving the neighborhood. Those samples matched soil from the wooded location where Laura's body was eventually discovered. As the investigation closed, Laura's colleagues at the elementary school struggled to process the loss. Students who had been in her classroom during that school year were old enough to remember her kindness and the calm way she had approached teaching. Counselors were brought into the school to help children understand what had happened in a way that was appropriate for their age. Parents organized a memorial gathering at the school playground where Laura had often supervised recess. Teachers described how she had spent hours creating creative lessons and activities for her students, often bringing extra supplies with her own money to make sure every child could participate. Laura's family chose to create a scholarship fund in her name for students who planned to become teachers. The fund was supported by contributions from the local community and from educators across the state who had heard about the case. Each year, the scholarship was awarded to a student pursuing a career in elementary education, a tribute meant to continue the work Laura had loved. For her parents and siblings, the scholarship became a way to keep her memory connected to the purpose she had dedicated her life to. The case also led local law enforcement agencies to review how reports of suspicious behavior around schools and neighborhoods were handled. Detectives noted that several small details about Dalton's behavior had existed before the crime, but had never been reported because they seemed insignificant at the time. By encouraging earlier reporting of unusual interactions or repeated appearances by unfamiliar individuals, police hoped to prevent similar situations in the future. Community meetings were held where officers spoke with residents about recognizing warning signs and sharing information when something seemed out of place. Years later, the case of Laura Whitaker remained one of the most remembered investigations in Bellingham. For the detectives who worked on it, the case served as an example of how small pieces of evidence can gradually build a clear picture of events. A neighbor noticing a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, a few fibers in a vehicle, and a pattern of phone calls were all fragments that eventually connected to reveal the full story. Each detail alone might have seemed minor, but together they formed a chain that could not be ignored. For Laura's family, the passing years did not erase the loss, but the knowledge that the truth had been uncovered brought some measure of peace. They continued to attend the annual scholarship ceremony and speak with new students entering the teaching profession. Through those gatherings, they kept alive the memory of a teacher who had once spent her days helping children learn to read and discover the world around them. Though her life had been cut short, the community that knew her chose to remember the patience and dedication she brought to her classroom rather than the violence that ended her life. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance ultimately demonstrated the persistence required to solve crimes that begin with uncertainty and very little information. From the moment police first stepped into her quiet home and noticed the small signs that something was wrong, every step of the process required careful observation and determination. Through patient work and the cooperation of witnesses, forensic experts, and investigators, the events of that October evening were reconstructed piece by piece until the truth could finally be presented in court. The story remained a lasting reminder that justice often depends on the willingness to examine even the smallest details and follow them wherever they lead. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the sudden disappearance of a young woman in a quiet college town. A case that at first appeared to have almost no evidence, but eventually unfolded into a detailed investigation that exposed a carefully concealed murder. In the autumn of 1999, the town of State College, Pennsylvania, was alive with the usual rhythm of a university community. Students moved between classes, small restaurants filled with evening crowds, and the streets around the campus stayed busy well after dark. Among the many people living in the town was 24-year-old graduate student Laura Bennett. She had moved there 2 years earlier to continue her studies in environmental science and work part-time at a small outdoor equipment store to support herself. Friends described Laura as organized and independent. She kept a steady routine between her classes, research work, and part-time job. Most evenings she returned to the small apartment she rented a few blocks from campus, often spending hours reading or preparing assignments for the next day. On the evening of October 6th, Laura finished her shift at the outdoor store shortly after 8 o'clock. A coworker later remembered speaking with her near the door as they closed the shop. Laura mentioned she planned to stop by a nearby cafe before walking home. Security cameras at the cafe confirmed she arrived around 8:30. She ordered a cup of tea and sat near the window with a notebook for about 20 minutes. Nothing about her behavior appeared unusual. At 8:52 p.m., she stood up, threw away the empty cup, and walked out into the cool autumn night. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Laura failed to attend an important research meeting the following morning, her academic advisor initially assumed she had simply overslept. But by late afternoon, when repeated calls to her phone went unanswered, concern began to grow. A close friend went to her apartment to check on her. Inside, the apartment looked mostly normal, but several details immediately felt wrong. Laura's backpack and textbooks were sitting on the table exactly where she usually left them after returning home from work. Her keys and wallet were on the kitchen counter, yet her phone was missing. Police were contacted that evening and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by retracing Laura's final known movements. Surveillance footage from the cafe confirmed she had left alone. The short walk from the cafe to her apartment usually took less than 10 minutes. Investigators searched the route carefully, speaking with residents and business owners along the street. One shop owner remembered seeing Laura walking past his store that night, but nothing unusual stood out. For several days, the investigation produced few leads. Then a small detail began to attract attention. A neighbor who lived in the apartment building across the street from Laura's complex contacted police after hearing about the investigation. The neighbor explained that on the night Laura disappeared, he had seen a dark-colored sedan parked near the entrance to her building around 9 o'clock. He remembered the vehicle because it had been idling for several minutes before slowly driving away. Detectives began searching for surveillance footage from nearby streets that might have captured the vehicle. After reviewing hours of recordings, they found a traffic camera that showed a similar sedan passing through an intersection less than 2 blocks away at approximately 9:05 p.m. Investigators were able to identify the license plate. The car belonged to a 36-year-old delivery driver named Thomas Keller. Keller worked for a regional supply company that transported office equipment between warehouses and businesses across several nearby towns. According to company records, he had made deliveries in the State College area several times during the previous month. Detectives contacted Keller and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Keller acknowledged he had been driving through the area the night Laura disappeared, but insisted he had not seen her. He claimed he was finishing a delivery route and heading back to the warehouse. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his timeline. GPS records from his delivery truck showed that he had stopped near Laura's apartment building for almost 20 minutes that evening. When detectives asked why he had remained there so long, Keller said he had simply pulled over to check directions on his phone. The explanation did not satisfy investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Keller's vehicle. Inside the trunk, forensic technicians discovered several strands of hair and small fibers that did not belong to him. Laboratory testing later revealed that the hair matched Laura's DNA. The evidence placed Keller in direct contact with the missing student. When confronted with the forensic results, Keller's story began to change. During a second interrogation, he admitted that he had seen Laura walking along the street that night. According to his statement, he stopped his car and attempted to speak with her. Investigators believe Keller had been watching pedestrians while driving through the area and chose Laura as a target when he saw her walking alone. The conversation quickly escalated into a violent confrontation. Evidence suggested Laura fought back during the struggle, which explained the hair and fibers found in the trunk of the vehicle. After hours of questioning, Keller eventually confessed that he had forced Laura into the car and driven her to a remote wooded area outside town. Detectives followed the directions he provided. Nearly 30 miles from State College, investigators discovered a shallow grave hidden among dense trees. The remains found at the site were later confirmed to be Laura Bennett. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Keller's movements on the night of the crime. Surveillance footage, GPS data from his delivery route, and forensic evidence from the vehicle all connected him directly to Laura's disappearance. Experts testified about the DNA evidence recovered from the trunk and explained how it linked Keller to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the encounter had been accidental and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Keller took afterward to conceal the crime and avoid detection. After several days of deliberation, the jury found him guilty of kidnapping and murder. Thomas Keller was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Laura Bennett's family, the conviction brought a measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends at the university later organized a small environmental scholarship in her name, honoring the work she had hoped to continue through her studies. The investigation into Laura's disappearance demonstrated how a case that initially seemed to have almost no evidence could eventually be solved through careful analysis of small details. A neighbor noticing a parked car, traffic camera footage, and forensic traces inside a vehicle gradually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed would remain hidden. In the end, it was patience, persistence, and the careful reconstruction of every moment that allowed investigators to uncover the full story and bring justice to a young life that had been taken far too soon.